Welcome to What If Sleep Story and soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning mist clung to Dartmoor like a secret that refused to be told, its tendrils weaving between the granite tors with the patience of something ancient and knowing. The damp earth beneath Thomas Whitmore's boots squelched softly as he made his way across the moorland, his breath forming small clouds that mingled with the fog as if joining a conversation already centuries old. The scent of wet heather and peat hung heavy in the October air, carrying with it the faint metallic tang that always followed the moor's restless nights. But this morning, as Thomas approached his sheep pen with the same steady rhythm he had maintained for 37 years, something felt different, a wrongness that made the hair on his weathered neck prickle with unease. The gate to the pen hung open, swaying gently in the moorland breeze with a soft creaking that seemed almost musical against the vast silence. Thomas paused, his calloused hand hovering over the latch, and listened to the morning sounds of Dartmoor, the distant call of a curlew, the whisper of wind through gorse, the gentle tinkle of a stream somewhere beyond the mist. What he did not hear was the contented bleating of his flock, that familiar chorus that had greeted him each dawn for decades. The silence stretched around him like an unwelcome embrace, and for a moment he wondered if perhaps the sheep had simply wandered to the far side of their enclosure, seeking shelter from the night's dampness. But as Thomas stepped through the gate, his boots found something that should not have been there. Something warm and wet that soaked through the leather with a thickness that made his stomach clench. The morning light, pale and filtered through the persistent fog, revealed what his heart had already begun to suspect. 3 of his prize ewes lay scattered across the moorland grass like broken dolls, their wool stained dark with blood that had not yet finished seeping into the thirsty earth. The sight struck him with the force of a physical blow, not merely for the loss of livestock that represented months of careful tending and future income, but for the savage nature of what had been done to them. Thomas had seen the work of foxes before, had lost lambs to the occasional wild dog that wandered up from the valley settlements. But this was different. The wounds were too large, too deliberate, as if whatever had done this had taken a perverse pleasure in the destruction. Long gashes ran along the animals' flanks, and their throats bore the unmistakable marks of powerful jaws. Jaws far larger than any fox possessed, far more vicious than any dog he had ever encountered. The earth around each carcass was churned into a muddy mess, marked with prints that made Thomas's blood run cold in his veins. He knelt beside the nearest ewe, his hands trembling slightly as he examined the tracks pressed deep into the soft moorland soil. They were unlike anything he had seen in 4 decades of farming on Dartmoor, larger than a dog's paw, with claws that had gouged deep furrows in the earth. The shape was wrong somehow, too broad across the pad, too long in the toe, with an almost human-like quality that made his skin crawl. As he traced the outline with one finger, he noticed something else that made his breath catch in his throat. The prints seemed to show a progression, as if the creature had been walking on 4 legs at first, then fewer. The fog swirled around him as he stood, his mind struggling to process what his eyes were telling him. In all his years on the moor, through all the stories his grandfather had told him by the fire on winter nights, through all the whispered tales shared over pints at the moorland inn, he had never quite believed the old legends. They were stories for children, tales to keep youngsters close to home after dark, ancient superstitions that belonged to a time before gas lamps and railway lines had brought the modern world to Dartmoor's edge. But now, standing among the ruins of his flock with the morning mist curling around him like ghostly fingers, Thomas Whitmore found himself remembering every word of those old stories. The tales of shapes that moved between human and beast, of creatures that hunted under the moon's cold light, of ancient curses that still roamed the moor when darkness fell. His grandmother had spoken of them in hushed tones, crossing herself as she told of the Werewolf of Dartmoor, a creature that had stalked these very hills in centuries past, taking livestock and leaving behind tracks that no natural animal could make. The wind picked up, sending the mist swirling in new patterns, and Thomas thought he heard something in its voice, a low howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He turned sharply, his eyes scanning the grey expanse of moorland, but saw nothing except the familiar shapes of granite tors looming like ancient sentinels through the fog. The sound came again, longer this time, mournful and wild, and Thomas realised with a mixture of relief and embarrassment that it was only the wind threading its way through the stone formations, a common enough sound on Dartmoor that he had heard 1,000 times before. Yet, as he gathered himself to return to the village, to report what he had found to Constable Morrison, and begin the grim task of disposing of his dead animals, Thomas could not shake the feeling that something was watching him from the mist. The sensation prickled along his spine as he walked, a certainty that unseen eyes were following his progress across the moorland. He found himself walking faster than usual, his boots splashing through puddles of collected mist water, his breathing coming in short puffs that had nothing to do with exertion. By the time Thomas reached the outskirts of Widecombe in the moor, the sun had begun its slow climb above the eastern tors, casting long shadows across the village's cluster of stone cottages and thatched roofs. The sight of civilization, smoke rising from chimneys, the warm glow of windows beginning to show signs of morning life, the familiar bulk of the church tower standing solid and reassuring against the lightening sky, should have calmed his nerves. Instead, he found himself dreading the task ahead, the need to put into words what he had seen, to speak aloud the suspicions that had taken root in his mind like weeds in fertile soil. The village was beginning to stir as he made his way down the main street, his boots clicking against the worn stones that had been laid down when Queen Victoria was still a young woman. Mrs. Penrose emerged from the baker's shop, her arms full of fresh loaves that filled the morning air with the comforting scent of yeast and flour. She nodded to Thomas with the casual familiarity of a neighbour known since childhood, but her smile faded when she saw the expression on his face, the pallor that had settled over his weathered features like frost. "Morning, Thomas," she called, her voice carrying the soft burr of Devon that made every word sound like a gentle song. "You look as though you've seen a ghost." "You do. Everything well with the flock?" Thomas paused, his mouth opening and closing like a landed fish as he struggled to find words that would not sound like the ravings of a madman. How could he tell her about the tracks, about the savage wounds, about the certainty that had settled in his bones that something unnatural had walked his land in the darkness? How could he speak of werewolves to a woman who prided herself on being a modern, practical person in this year of our Lord 1894? "There's been trouble," he managed finally, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Lost some sheep in the night. Need to speak with Constable Morrison, I do." Mrs. Penrose's face softened with sympathy, and she shifted her burden of bread to one arm so she could reach out and pat his shoulder with motherly concern. In a village where everyone knew everyone else's business, the loss of livestock was a serious matter, not just financially, but emotionally. These were not merely animals to be counted and sold, but creatures that had been tended with care, known by name, watched over through harsh winters and dry summers. "Oh, Thomas, I am sorry to hear it," she said, her voice warm with genuine feeling. "Was it foxes, then? Or perhaps one of those wild dogs that's been seen about the moor of late?" Thomas shook his head slowly, unable to meet her eyes. "Nothing so simple as that, I fear. Something different. Something I've never seen the like of before." The words hung in the morning air between them, heavy with implication, and Mrs. Penrose felt a small chill run down her spine despite the warmth of the fresh bread in her arms. There was something in Thomas's tone, in the way his eyes kept darting toward the moor that loomed beyond the village like a sleeping giant, that spoke of fears older and deeper than the loss of a few sheep. "You'll find the constable at his cottage, I expect," she said quietly, her voice losing some of its cheerful morning energy. "And Thomas, be careful out there on the moor. There's been talk lately. whispers about strange sounds in the night, shadows moving where no shadow should be. Old Mrs. Blackwood swears she heard howling that didn't sound quite right. If you take my meaning? Thomas nodded grimly, knowing exactly what she meant. In a place like Dartmoor, where the boundary between civilization and wilderness was measured in mere yards, where ancient stones stood as silent witnesses to ceremonies older than memory, where the mist could transform familiar landscape into something alien and threatening, the distinction between natural and supernatural had always been somewhat fluid. The villagers might embrace the modern world during daylight hours, might pride themselves on their gas lamps and their railway connections to the outside world, but when darkness fell and the moor began to whisper its ancient secrets, older beliefs stirred in hearts that thought themselves thoroughly civilized. Constable Morrison's cottage sat at the far end of the village, a sturdy building of local stone with a slate roof that had weathered countless Dartmoor storms. Smoke rose from its chimney in a steady column, and through the windows Thomas could see the warm glow of a fire crackling in the hearth. He hesitated at the garden gate, his hand resting on the worn wood as he gathered the courage to knock on the door and begin a conversation that would change everything for their quiet village. The constable himself answered the knock, a man in his middle 50s with steel-grey hair and eyes the colour of the moor on a cloudy day. Robert Morrison had served as the village's representative of law and order for nearly 20 years, dealing primarily with minor disputes over property lines, the occasional bout of drunkenness at the inn, and the petty crimes that afflicted any small community. He was a practical man, known for his level head and his ability to sort out problems with a minimum of fuss. But as he looked at Thomas Whitmore's pale face and haunted eyes, he felt a familiar knot of unease forming in his stomach. "Thomas," he said, opening the door wider in invitation. "Come in, man. You look as though you could use a cup of tea and a sit by the fire. What brings you out so early?" The cottage's interior was warm and welcoming, with low-beamed ceilings and walls lined with books that spoke of Morrison's fondness for reading during the long winter evenings. A kettle sang softly on the hob, and the scent of bacon frying drifted from the kitchen where Mrs. Morrison was preparing breakfast. It was a scene of domestic tranquillity that made the horror Thomas had witnessed on the moor seem like something from a fevered dream. But as he settled into a chair by the fire and accepted a steaming cup of tea from his host, the reality of what he had seen came flooding back with renewed force. The warmth of the cottage could not drive away the chill that had settled in his bones. The memory of those impossible tracks pressed deep into the moorland soil. "It's my sheep, Robert," Thomas began, his voice barely above a whisper. 3 of them, torn apart in the night. But it's not what killed them that has me shaken. It's how they were killed, and what was left behind. Morrison leaned forward in his chair, his policeman's instincts already alert to the undercurrent of fear in his neighbour's voice. In 2 decades of keeping the peace, he had learned to read people, to sense when something was more serious than it first appeared. And everything about Thomas Whitmore, from his trembling hands to his unwillingness to meet his eyes, suggested that this was indeed very serious indeed. "Tell me everything," Morrison said quietly, setting down his own cup and reaching for the notebook he always kept close at hand. "Start from the beginning, and don't leave anything out, no matter how strange it might sound." And so, as the morning sun climbed higher over Dartmoor, and the mist began its slow retreat to the deeper valleys, Thomas Whitmore began to tell his story. He spoke of tracks that defied explanation, of wounds that spoke of something far more savage than any natural predator, of the certainty that had grown in his heart that something ancient and terrible had awakened on the moor. Outside the cottage windows, the village continued its peaceful morning routine, unaware that everything was about to change, that the old legends were stirring to life once more in the grey expanse of Dartmoor's endless wilderness. The fire crackled softly in the hearth as the 2 men talked, its warm light casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to flicker and move with a life of their own. And somewhere in the distance, carried on the morning wind, came the faint sound of howling. Whether from dog or wolf or something else entirely, neither man could say. The rhythmic clacking of the Great Western Railway's wheels against the rails provided a soothing counterpoint to the gentle swaying of the first-class carriage as it wound its way through the Devon countryside. Sherlock Holmes sat by the window, his sharp grey eyes drinking in the landscape that rolled past like pages from an illustrated book of rural England. The October afternoon had painted the countryside in shades of amber and gold, with hedgerows heavy with blackberries and fields where the last of the harvest stood in neat stooks, waiting to be gathered before winter's approach. Beside him, Dr. Watson rustled through the morning edition of the Times, occasionally glancing up to observe the changing scenery, with the appreciation of a man who had spent too many years breathing London's sooty air. The contrast between the capital's grey urgency and this pastoral tranquillity was striking. Here, time seemed to move at the pace of grazing cattle and meandering streams, where the most pressing concern might be whether the weather would hold long enough to finish bringing in the corn. "I must confess, Holmes," Watson said, folding his newspaper with a satisfied sigh, "that I find myself rather looking forward to a few days away from Baker Street. The countryside has a restorative quality that I fear we city dwellers too often forget to appreciate." Holmes turned from the window, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, Watson. Though I suspect our rural idyll may prove more eventful than these peaceful fields would suggest." Constable Morrison's telegram was quite specific about the unusual nature of the case. "Attacks of a savage and inexplicable character," I believe were his exact words. The telegram had arrived 3 days after Thomas Whitmore's discovery, after 2 more farms had reported similar losses, and the whispers of Werewolf had begun to circulate through the village like smoke from a poorly tended fire. Morrison, a practical man faced with an increasingly impractical situation, had swallowed his pride and reached out to Scotland Yard. The Yard in turn had quietly suggested that perhaps this particular case might benefit from the attention of a certain consulting detective whose methods, while unconventional, had proven remarkably effective in cases that defied ordinary explanation. As the train began to slow for Bovey Tracy Station, Holmes gathered his travel coat and the small valise that contained his portable investigation kit, a collection of instruments and chemicals that had become as essential to his work as a surgeon's scalpel or a painter's brush. The station itself was a modest affair, a single platform with a peaked roof and walls built from the local granite that gave Devon its distinctive character. A handful of passengers disembarked, mostly local folk returning from market day in Newton Abbot, their faces bearing the weathered contentment of people who lived close to the land. The cab that Morrison had arranged was driven by a man named Jenkins, whose family had been working the roads around Dartmoor for 3 generations. He was a talkative fellow, full of local knowledge and opinions, and as they wound their way through narrow lanes bounded by high hedges, he proved to be an unexpected source of information about the strange events that had unsettled the district. "Queer business, this," Jenkins said, his hands steady on the reins as the horse picked its way carefully along the uneven road. "My old dad used to tell stories about such things, but that was back when folks still believed in all manner of nonsense. Nowadays, well, we're modern people, aren't we? But I'll tell you this much. Whatever's been at those sheep, it's got the whole countryside on edge." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued. "Have you seen any evidence of these attacks yourself, Mr. Jenkins?" "Not myself, no, sir, but my cousin Mary works up at Hartland Farm, and she says the tracks they found there would make your blood run cold. Big as a man's hand they were, with claws like carving knives, and the poor beasts." He shook his head grimly. "Well, it's not fit talk for a pleasant afternoon, if you take my meaning." The landscape began to change as they climbed toward the moor proper, the cultivated fields giving way to rougher pasture land dotted with granite outcroppings that thrust from the earth like the bones of some buried giant. The hedgerows grew lower and more sparse, replaced by stone walls that had been built by hands long turned to dust, their irregular surfaces softened by generations of lichen and moss. Here and there the ruins of ancient settlements could be glimpsed through the afternoon light, mysterious circles of standing stones that predated written history, their purpose lost to time, but their presence still somehow commanding respect. "It's a land that remembers," Watson murmured, more to himself than to his companions, as they passed one such circle silhouetted against the sky. One can almost feel the weight of all those centuries, can't one? All those lives lived and lost on these very hills. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. And it is precisely that sense of continuity with the past that makes places like this so susceptible to legends and superstitions. When people live surrounded by monuments to ages they cannot comprehend, is it any wonder that they populate the darkness with creatures from their ancestors' nightmares? The village of Wide-Curm-in-the-Moor nestled in a sheltered valley, its cluster of stone cottages gathered around the imposing bulk of St Pancras Church, like chicks seeking protection under their mother's wing. The famous church tower, known throughout Devon as the Cathedral of the Moor, rose majestically above the village rooftops, its weather vane catching the last rays of afternoon sunlight. Smoke rose from a dozen chimneys, carrying the scent of burning peat and wood, and the warm glow from cottage windows spoke of tea being prepared and families gathering for the evening meal. The Moorland Inn stood at the village's heart, a substantial building that had served travellers for over 2 centuries. Its walls were built from the same granite as the church, with deep-set windows and a roof of local slate that had weathered countless Dartmoor storms. A painted sign depicting a pastoral scene of sheep and shepherds swayed gently in the evening breeze, and through the mullioned windows came the cheerful glow of firelight and the murmur of conversation. Holmes and Watson were met at the inn's threshold by Constable Morrison himself, a solidly built man with intelligent eyes, and the sort of practical bearing that inspired confidence in his neighbours. He greeted them with evident relief, as though their very presence had lifted a weight from his shoulders. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, extending a firm handshake to each in turn. "I cannot tell you how grateful I am that you agreed to come. This business has the whole district in an uproar, and I confess that I'm quite out of my depth." The inn's public room was warm and welcoming, with low beams darkened by centuries of wood smoke and walls lined with horse brasses that gleamed in the firelight. A cheerful fire crackled in the massive hearth, and the air was rich with the scents of roasting meat and fresh bread. The innkeeper, a jovial man named Pemberton, bustled about ensuring his guests' comfort with the practised efficiency of someone who had spent his life in service to travellers. As they settled at a table near the fire with pints of the local ale, a rich, dark brew that tasted of molten autumn afternoons, Morrison began to outline the case that had brought them to this remote corner of Devon. His account was methodical and thorough, the narrative of a practical man struggling to make sense of events that seemed to defy rational explanation. "It began 10 days ago with Thomas Whitmore's discovery," Morrison said, his voice low enough to avoid alarming the inn's other patrons. 3 sheep savagely killed in the night. The wounds were unusual, far more severe than anything a fox or wild dog might inflict, and the tracks. He paused, seeming to gather himself. "Well, you'll see them for yourself tomorrow, I expect. But they were unlike anything I've encountered in 20 years of police work." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled before him, in the gesture Watson knew indicated deep concentration. "These tracks, have they been preserved?" "I made plaster casts of the clearest ones," Morrison replied with evident pride. "They're back at my cottage, along with fabric samples and detailed measurements of the attack sites. I may be a country constable, Mr. Holmes, but I've read accounts of your methods in the papers. I did my best to preserve the evidence." "Excellent," Holmes said with genuine approval. "And there have been subsequent attacks?" Morrison nodded grimly. 2 more farms have been hit. The Heartlands lost 4 sheep and a prize ram. That animal was worth more than most men in the village earn in a year. And yesterday, old Sarah Yelland's cottage was approached in the night. She swears she saw something moving outside her window, something that walked sometimes on 4 legs, sometimes on 2. Watson set down his pint with a slight frown. Surely the woman was simply frightened by shadows? In a state of heightened anxiety, it's remarkable how the mind can transform perfectly ordinary sights into something sinister. "Perhaps," Morrison agreed, though his tone suggested doubt. "But Sarah Yelland has lived alone on that cottage for 40 years, Dr. Watson. She's seen every sort of weather and darkness that Dartmoor can provide. She's not a woman given to flights of fancy." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a small group of local farmers, men whose weathered faces bore the particular gravity that comes from dealing with forces beyond their control. They nodded respectfully to the constable and his distinguished guests, but their attention was focused on a heated discussion among themselves. "I'm telling you, it was no natural beast," one of them was saying, his voice carrying the edge of barely controlled fear. "My grandfather told me stories of such things, back when his grandfather was a lad. There's old blood on this moor, old curses that don't rest easy." Another farmer, younger and more sceptical, shook his head firmly. "That's superstitious nonsense." "William, this is 1894, not the Dark Ages. There's a rational explanation for these attacks. Escaped circus animal, perhaps, or a pack of wild dogs from up Scotland way. Circus animal, you say?" The older man's voice dripped with derision. "When did you ever see a circus animal that could open gate latches and select only the finest stock for its dinner? This thing knows what it's about, mark my words." Holmes listened to this exchange with evident interest, his sharp eyes moving from speaker to speaker as though cataloguing every gesture and inflection. When the farmers had moved to a table across the room, he turned to Morrison with raised eyebrows. "It would seem that opinion in the village is divided between the supernatural and the merely unusual," he observed. "Tell me, Constable, what is your own theory about these attacks?" Morrison was quiet for a long moment, staring into the amber depths of his ale as though seeking answers in its foam. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man who had seen his comfortable worldview challenged by evidence that defied easy categorization. "I've been a policeman for most of my adult life, Mr. Holmes," he said finally. "I believe in facts, in evidence, in explanations that can be tested and proven. But I've also lived on Dartmoor for 50 years, and I've learned that this is a place where the ordinary rules don't always apply. There are things here older than memory, older than reason. Sometimes the ancient explanations are the only ones that fit." The fire crackled softly in the hearth as his words settled over the table like a gentle spell. Outside, the wind had picked up, sending draughts through the inn's old windows and causing the flames to dance with renewed vigour. Somewhere in the distance, barely audible above the wind's voice, came a sound that might have been the howling of a dog, or something else entirely. Watson shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Surely you're not suggesting that we're dealing with an actual werewolf? In this day and age, with gaslight and telegraph wires, with the Queen herself ruling from Windsor. The very notion seems absurd. Does it?" Holmes asked quietly, his voice thoughtful rather than challenging. "Consider this, Watson. What do we really know about the limits of the possible? We live in an age of marvels, when men speak across vast distances through copper wires, when photographs capture light itself and preserve it for eternity, when engines powered by steam can transport us faster than any horse. A century ago, such things would have been dismissed as supernatural nonsense. Perhaps our definitions of the natural and unnatural are simply incomplete." Morrison leaned forward, his eyes bright with hope. "Then you'll take the case?" Holmes smiled, that peculiar expression that Watson had learned to associate with his friend's encounter with a puzzle worthy of his attention. "My dear Constable, I would not miss it for the world. But first, I think we should hear more about these legends you mentioned. If we are to understand what we're dealing with, we must examine not only the physical evidence, but the psychological landscape as well. Fear, after all, can be as powerful a force as any predator." As if summoned by their conversation, the inn's door opened to admit an elderly woman whose presence seemed to command immediate attention from every person in the room. She was small and bent with age, her silver hair pulled back severely, and her black dress speaking of mourning that had become a permanent state. But her eyes were bright and sharp, and when she spoke, her voice carried an authority that transcended her physical frailty. "Evening." "Mrs. Blackwood," Morrison said, rising respectfully from his chair. "Gentlemen, may I present Mrs. Eleanor Blackwood, our village's unofficial keeper of local history." The old woman's gaze fixed on Holmes with an intensity that was almost unnerving. "So," she said, her voice carrying the soft burr of Devon, London has sent us a detective to solve our little mystery. Tell me, young man, do you believe in forces beyond the reach of your scientific methods?" Holmes studied her for a moment, then gestured to an empty chair at their table. "Madam, I believe in the power of observation, deduction, and evidence. But I also believe that wisdom often wears the mask of superstition, and that legends frequently contain kernels of truth that have been preserved through generations. Please join us. I suspect you have stories that might illuminate our understanding of recent events." Mrs. Blackwood settled herself with the careful dignity of advanced age, her sharp eyes never leaving Holmes's face. "Stories," she repeated, a slight smile playing at her lips. "Oh yes, Mr. Holmes, I have stories that have been told on this moor for longer than men have written them down. Stories of things that hunt in the darkness between human and beast. Stories of curses that echo through the centuries like thunder rolling across the tors." The fire burned lower as she began to speak, her voice weaving a spell of words that seemed to transform the comfortable inn into something altogether more mysterious. Outside, the wind continued its restless song across the moorland, and in its voice, those who listened carefully might have heard the echo of howls that belonged to no earthly creature. The Create detective had arrived on Dartmoor, but as Mrs. Blackwood's stories unfolded like dark flowers blooming in the firelight, it became clear that this case would challenge not only Holmes's methods, but perhaps his very understanding of what was possible in a world balanced precariously between the rational and the impossible. Mrs. Eleanor Blackwood settled deeper into her chair, her weathered hands folding carefully over the worn leather of an ancient book she had drawn from her shawl. The firelight danced across its cracked binding, illuminating symbols and lettering that seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering glow. Around the inn's public room, conversation had gradually quieted as the locals became aware that their unofficial historian was preparing to share one of her tales, stories that carried the weight of centuries and the chill of moorland nights. "You ask about legends, Mr. Holmes," she began, her voice taking on the cadence of a born storyteller. "But legends are simply history told by those who lived it, passed down through generations until the telling becomes more important than the truth beneath. What I'm about to share comes from my grandmother's grandmother, who lived through the terror of 1638, when the beast last walked these moors with purpose." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his analytical mind already cataloguing details, while Watson reached instinctively for his notebook. Morrison, despite having heard fragments of these stories throughout his lifetime, found himself holding his breath as Mrs. Blackwood opened the ancient book and began to read from pages that seemed too fragile to exist. "The first recorded sighting," she continued, her finger tracing lines of faded ink, "was in the year of our Lord 1621, when young Margaret Clymer was returning from market in Ashburton. The moon was full," she said, bright enough to read by, and the moor stretched before her like a silver sea. She was walking the old path, the same one farmers still use today, when she heard footsteps matching her own pace. But when she turned to look, there was nothing behind her save moonlight and shadow." The old woman paused to sip from a cup of tea that had appeared at her elbow, brought by the innkeeper's daughter with the sort of reverent silence usually reserved for church services. The liquid steamed in the cool air, carrying the scent of herbs that grew wild on the moor, chamomile and meadowsweet, with undertones of something earthier, more ancient. "Margaret was no foolish girl," Mrs. Blackwood continued. "She was 17, old enough to know the difference between imagination and reality, raised on these moors and familiar with every sound the night could make. But as she walked, the footsteps behind her began to change. Where they had matched her human stride, they now fell into a different rhythm. 4 beats instead of 2, and heavy with the sound of claws scratching against stone." Watson shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his practical medical mind warring with the undeniable atmosphere that Mrs. Blackwood's words were weaving around them. The inn's other patrons had fallen completely silent now, their faces turned toward the elderly woman like flowers following the sun. Even the usual sounds of the building seemed muted. The settling of ancient timbers, the whisper of wind through the eaves, the distant clatter of dishes from the kitchen. When Margaret finally found the courage to turn around, Mrs. Blackwood's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. She saw a shape that defied understanding. It stood perhaps 50 yards behind her, caught between the light of the full moon and the shadow of a great tor. At first glance it might have been a large dog or wolf, but as she watched it began to rise onto its hind legs, growing taller and more human with each passing moment. Its eyes, she said, were the colour of winter ice, and they held an intelligence that no animal should possess. Holmes found himself studying the faces around him, as much as listening to the story itself. The expressions of the locals revealed a curious mixture of scepticism and unease, as though they wanted to dismiss the tale as mere superstition, but found themselves unable to do so completely. There was something in their eyes, a recognition that spoke of experiences shared but rarely discussed, of nights when the wind carried sounds that belonged to no earthly creature. Margaret ran, Mrs. Blackwood continued, as any sensible person would. But the creature followed, keeping pace with her terror-driven flight across the moorland. She could hear it behind her, sometimes the 4-footed lope of a wolf, sometimes the 2-footed stride of a man, and occasionally something in between that made her blood freeze in her veins. She reached her father's cottage just as the first light of dawn touched the eastern tors, and when she looked back from the safety of her doorway, there was nothing there but empty moorland and morning mist. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks spiralling up the chimney like tiny stars returning to the heavens. Outside, a church bell tolled the hour, 8 o'clock, though the darkness beyond the windows made it feel much later. The sound seemed to break the spell that Mrs. Blackwood's story had cast, and several of the inn's patrons shifted in their chairs, as though remembering suddenly that they were modern people living in modern times. That was the beginning, the old woman said, closing the ancient book with careful reverence. Over the next 17 years the creature was seen dozens of times, always on nights when the moon was bright enough to cast shadows. It showed a particular interest in livestock, sheep primarily, but also cattle and the occasional pig. The wounds it left were distinctive, far more savage than any natural predator would inflict, and arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence rather than mere hunger. Morrison leaned forward, his policeman's instincts engaged despite the supernatural subject matter. Patterns? What sort of patterns? Mrs. Blackwood's eyes glittered in the firelight. The throat was always torn first, a killing bite, clean and efficient. But then the creature would make additional wounds, precise cuts along the flanks that seemed almost decorative, as though it were marking its work, claiming ownership of the kill. Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson, both men thinking of Thomas Whitmore's description of his slaughtered sheep. The parallel was unmistakable, and yet the rational mind rebelled against accepting such a connection across centuries of time. "You mentioned that the terror lasted 17 years, Holmes said carefully. How did it end?" The old woman smiled, but there was no warmth in the expression. It ended as such things often do, with fire and iron and the courage of desperate men. In the spring of 1638, the creature made a mistake. It attacked during daylight hours, taking sheep from a flock that was being watched by 3 shepherds. The men saw it clearly, and for the first time they were able to follow its tracks. She paused to turn several pages in her book, searching for a particular passage. When she found it, she began to read in the original dialect, her voice taking on the musical cadences of 17th century Devon. "We did pursue the beast across moor and dale, through bracken thick as a man's waist and over stone that would turn an angel's ankle. Its tracks were clear as day in the soft earth, the prints of a great wolf, but with marks that spoke of human cunning. Where the path grew rocky, we found scratches on the stone itself, as though claws had been used for purchase like a climber's tools." Holmes interrupted gently. "These shepherds, were they reliable witnesses, men of good character?" "The most reliable," Mrs. Blackwood confirmed. "John Pembridge, Thomas Yeo and Samuel Wickett. All 3 were respected members of the community, church-going men with families and reputations to protect. Their testimony was recorded by the parish priest and witnessed by the local magistrate. What they found at the end of their hunt changed everything. The inn had grown so quiet that the sound of turning pages seemed loud as thunder. Even the kitchen staff had ceased their activities, drawn by the magnetic pull of a story that had been told and retold for over 2 centuries, but had lost none of its power to chill and fascinate. The tracks led to a cave, Mrs. Blackwood continued, hidden among the granite outcroppings near what we now call Werewolf's Tor. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through, but inside the cavern opened into a space large enough to house a cottage. And there, in the flickering light of their torches, the shepherds found evidence that would haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. She paused dramatically, allowing the tension to build until even Holmes found himself leaning forward in anticipation. "Human clothing," she said simply. Boots and breeches, a shirt and waistcoat all laid out as though their owner intended to return. But they were stained with blood, not human blood, but the blood of sheep and cattle. And beside them lay the remains of dozens of kills, bones picked clean and arranged in patterns that suggested ritual rather than mere feeding. Watson cleared his throat, his medical training asserting itself. Surely this simply indicated that some madman was living wild on the moor, killing livestock for food, and perhaps displaying symptoms of lycanthropic delusion. Mrs. Blackwood's smile was patient but firm. That might explain the human evidence, doctor, but it would not explain what the shepherds found deeper in the cave. Tracks that change from human feet to wolf paws and back again, pressed into the soft clay of the cave floor. Nor would it explain what happened when they tried to wait in ambush for the creature's return. The fire had burned low during her recitation, and Pemberton moved quietly to add fresh logs, his movements careful and reverent as though he were tending a sacred flame. The new wood caught quickly, sending fresh light dancing across the faces of his audience and illuminating the growing fascination in Holmes's sharp features. They waited for 3 nights. Mrs. Blackwood continued, hidden among the rocks near the cave entrance. On the 3rd night, just as the moon reached its zenith, they saw something approaching across the moorland. At first, it appeared to be a man walking upright, but as it drew closer, its gait became more animal-like. By the time it reached the cave mouth, it was moving on all fours with the fluid grace of a natural predator. Holmes made a small note in his mental catalogue. This transformation, they observed it directly? With their own eyes, Mr. Holmes. John Pembridge later swore before God and the parish priest that he watched a man become a wolf as clearly as he might watch the sun rise. The creature paused at the cave entrance, raised its head to scent the air, then let out a howl that, in Pembridge's words, contained all the loneliness and rage that hell could offer. The church bell tolled again, marking the half-hour, and its bronze voice seemed to carry a warning across the darkened village. Several of the inn's patrons glanced toward the windows, as though expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at them from the darkness beyond. "What happened next?" Watson asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely certain he wanted to know. "They struck while the creature was still in transition," Mrs. Blackwood replied. "Pembridge carried a fowling piece loaded with shot blessed by the priest. Yo bore a pitchfork with iron tines, and Wicket wielded a bill-hook sharpened to razor keenness. They attacked as one, their weapons finding their mark before the beast could complete its transformation." She paused, her fingers tracing the faded ink of the ancient record. "The creature's death cry, they said, began as the howl of a wolf but ended as the scream of a man. When morning came and they dared to examine their kill, they found the body of Silas Grimm, a tinker who had disappeared from the village 6 months earlier. But his body bore wounds that had healed in impossible ways, scars that formed patterns across his skin like the markings the beast had left on its victims." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his mind already working to process this information through the filter of rational analysis. "An interesting tale, Mrs. Blackwood, and told with remarkable detail for something that occurred over 2 centuries ago. But surely you don't expect us to accept that we're dealing with an actual shapeshifter in this age of scientific advancement?" The old woman's eyes held a glint that might have been amusement or something far more serious. "I expect nothing, Mr. Holmes." I merely share what has been recorded and passed down through generations of careful observers. But I will say this. The patterns described in those 17th century accounts match exactly what Thomas Whitmore found among his slaughtered sheep. The same precise throat wounds, the same decorative cuts along the flanks, the same evidence of intelligence directing bestial savagery. Morrison shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his hand moving instinctively toward the pocket where he kept his constable's whistle. "Mrs. Blackwood, surely you're not suggesting that the same creature has returned after all these years?" "I'm suggesting nothing," she replied with maddening calm. "I'm simply observing that history has a way of repeating itself, particularly in places where the boundary between past and present grows thin. Dartmoor remembers. Constable Morrison. The stones remember. The mists remember. And sometimes the very earth itself remembers things that civilized men prefer to forget." The fire settled with a soft whisper of falling ash, and in the momentary quiet that followed, every person in the room could hear the wind picking up outside, sending drafts through the inn's ancient timbers and causing the flames to dance with renewed vigour. Somewhere in that wind, carried on the night air from the vast emptiness of the moor, came a sound that might have been the howling of a dog, or something else entirely. Holmes stood abruptly, his restless energy no longer containable within the confines of his chair. "Mrs. Blackwood, I thank you for a most illuminating evening. Your stories have provided valuable context that will undoubtedly aid in our investigation. But now, I think, it's time we examined the physical evidence. Constable Morrison, might we impose upon you to show us these plaster casts you mentioned?" As the group prepared to leave the warm comfort of the inn for the uncertain darkness beyond its walls, Mrs. Blackwood gathered her ancient book and rose with the careful dignity of advanced age. At the doorway, she paused and turned back to Holmes with an expression that was both knowing and deeply serious. "One final word of advice, Mr. Holmes," she said quietly. "The creature in those old stories was not simply a beast driven by hunger. It was something far more dangerous, a thing caught between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. If such a creature walks our moor again, remember that it will possess both animal cunning and human intelligence. It will know that you are hunting it, and it will take measures to protect itself." With that warning hanging in the night air like morning mist, she disappeared into the darkness, leaving Holmes and his companions to contemplate the possibility that their investigation had just become considerably more complex and potentially more dangerous than any of them had imagined. The morning after Mrs. Blackwood's tale dawned crisp and clear, with autumn frosts sparkling like scattered diamonds across the moorland grass. Holmes stood at the window of his room in the Moorland Inn, watching the sun climb above the eastern tors and paint the landscape in shades of gold and amber that would have made Turner reach for his brushes. The air carried the sharp, clean scent of October mornings, a mixture of wet earth, dying bracken, and the faint smokiness of peat fires beginning to warm cottage hearths against the growing chill. Watson emerged from the washstand with his face pink from cold water and his hair still slightly dishevelled from sleep. "Remarkable how quiet it is out here," he observed, moving to join Holmes at the window. "In London, we're awakened by the clatter of milk carts and the cries of street vendors. Here, the only sound is the wind and the occasional bleating of sheep." "And yet," Holmes murmured, his sharp eyes scanning the moorland that stretched away toward the horizon, "it is in this very quietude that our mystery finds its power. In London, the extraordinary is hidden among 1,000 ordinary distractions. Here, anything unusual stands out like a beacon against the regularity of rural life." They breakfasted in the inn's small dining room on thick porridge, fresh eggs, and bacon that carried the distinctive flavour of animals raised on moorland herbs. Mrs. Pemberton, the innkeeper's wife, proved to be a font of local knowledge, sharing details about the affected farms and their owners with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had lived her entire life within a few miles of where she was born. "Poor Thomas Whitmore," she said, refilling their teacups with practised efficiency. "Lost his best breeding ewe in that first attack, he did. That animal's bloodline went back 4 generations, and she was due to lamb come spring. It's not just the money, you understand. It's the years of careful breeding, the hopes for the future flock. When you lose an animal like that, you lose a piece of your life's work. Holmes listened with the sort of attention he usually reserved for crucial testimony, understanding instinctively that in a community like this, the economic and emotional impacts of livestock loss went far beyond simple financial calculation. These farmers weren't merely businessmen dealing with inventory, they were stewards of bloodlines and traditions that stretched back generations. Their success measured not in quarterly profits, but in the health and productivity of animals they had known since birth. Constable Morrison arrived as they were finishing their meal, carrying a leather satchel that contained the evidence he had so carefully preserved. His face bore the determined expression of a man who had spent a sleepless night reviewing his notes and preparing for questions from the famous detective, whose methods he had read about but never witnessed firsthand. "I've arranged for us to visit Whitmore's farm first," he announced, settling at their table with the air of a man ready for serious business. "The site of the original attack is well preserved, and Thomas has agreed to show us exactly what he found that morning. After that, if you're agreeable, we can examine the Heartland property and perhaps speak with old Sarah Yelland about what she claims to have seen." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Excellent. But first, might we examine these plaster casts? You mentioned I'm particularly interested in seeing these unusual tracks that have caused such consternation among the local population." Morrison opened his satchel with the careful reverence of a man displaying precious artifacts, withdrawing several plaster casts wrapped in soft cloth. As he unwrapped them on the table between the breakfast dishes, Holmes's eyebrows rose in unmistakable surprise. Whatever he had expected to see, these impressions clearly exceeded his assumptions about the case's complexity. The casts showed tracks that were indeed unlike anything in Watson's considerable experience with animal anatomy. They were roughly the size of a large dog's paw, but the proportions were wrong, too broad across the pad, with claw marks that extended too far beyond the toe impressions. Most peculiar of all was the depth variation within individual tracks, as though the creature that made them had been shifting its weight in ways that no four-footed animal normally would. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, producing a magnifying glass from his waistcoat pocket, and examining the casts with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient texts. "Watson, observe the spacing between the toes. It's inconsistent within the same track, as though the foot that made this impression was capable of spreading and contracting like a human hand." Watson leaned closer, his medical training providing a different perspective on the anatomical anomalies. "The depth pattern is equally curious. See here, where the heel impression is deepest, that suggests a plantigrade gait, walking on the entire foot rather than just the toes. Most carnivores are digitigrade, walking on their toes with the heel raised. This creature appears to have been, well, walking more like a bear than a wolf. Or like a human attempting to walk on all fours," Holmes added quietly, his voice carrying implications that made Morrison shift uncomfortably in his chair. They spent the next hour examining the casts from every angle, with Holmes making detailed sketches and measurements, while Watson provided anatomical observations that grew increasingly puzzled. By the time they had finished their preliminary analysis, the morning sun had climbed high enough to burn away the last of the frost, and the moorland beckoned with the promise of answers waiting to be discovered among its ancient stones and timeless landscape. The walk to Whitmore's farm led them along paths that had been worn smooth by countless generations of feet, human, animal, and perhaps something in between. The way was marked by the distinctive dry stone walls that divided the moor into a patchwork of grazing areas, their irregular surfaces home to communities of lichen and moss that painted them in subtle shades of green and grey. Here and there, ancient waymarkers stood beside the path, stone crosses carved with symbols whose meanings had been lost to time, but whose presence still commanded a certain respectful attention from travellers. Thomas Whitmore met them at his gate, a man whose weathered face bore the particular strain that comes from dealing with forces beyond one's control. He greeted them with the mixture of hope and scepticism that Holmes had learned to expect from people whose orderly world had been disrupted by events that defied rational explanation. "Mr. Holmes," he said, touching his cap with rural courtesy, "I can't say I understand how you mean to make sense of what happened here, but I'm grateful you've come. This business has the whole district on edge, and if you can put a stop to it, you'll have the blessing of every farmer on the moor. The attack site lay in a sheltered valley, where Whitmore's prize sheep had sought protection from the moorland winds. Even 10 days after the discovery, the area retained an atmosphere of violence that was almost palpable. The grass was still stained dark in places where blood had soaked into the earth, and the churned mud showed signs of a struggle that had been both brief and savage. Holmes moved through the scene with the methodical precision of a master craftsman, his trained eyes cataloguing details that others might miss. He knelt beside each stain, measured distances between disturbances, and examined the few remaining tracks with an intensity that transformed the pastoral landscape into a crime scene as complex as any he had encountered in London's darkest alleys. The pattern of attack is quite specific, he observed, speaking as much to himself as to his companions. The killer approached from the northeast. You can see where the grass was flattened by its passage. It selected the largest ewe first, taking her down with a single bite to the throat. But then he paused, his brow furrowing with concentration. Then it proceeded to make additional wounds that served no practical purpose. These cuts along the flanks, they're too precise to be accidental, too decorative to be necessary for feeding. Watson examined the blood patterns with his medical eye, noting details that spoke of a killing efficiency that was almost surgical in its precision. The throat wound alone would have been fatal within moments, he confirmed. Everything else was done to an already dead animal. But why? What purpose could such mutilation serve? Unless, Morrison said slowly, his voice heavy with the weight of unwelcome possibility, it wasn't done for any practical purpose at all. Unless it was done for ceremony, or marking territory, or sending a message. The afternoon was well advanced by the time they had examined all 3 attack sites, and Holmes's notebook had filled with sketches, measurements, and observations that painted a picture of a predator unlike any that normally stalked the moorlands of Devon. The attacks showed a pattern that spoke of intelligence rather than mere hunger, of planning rather than opportunistic violence. Most disturbing of all, they showed signs of escalation. Each attack had been more savage than the last, as though the creature responsible was growing bolder and more confident with each success. As the sun began its descent toward the western tors, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson that reflected off the moorland pools like scattered jewels, Holmes made a decision that would have seemed madness to anyone unfamiliar with his methods. "Gentlemen," he announced, "I believe it's time we arranged to meet our mysterious predator face to face. If this creature follows the pattern established by its predecessors, it will hunt again tonight, and when it does, we shall be waiting." Morrison's face paled at the suggestion. "Mr. Holmes, surely you're not proposing that we spend the night out on the moor, in the darkness with that thing roaming about? It would be, well, it would be extremely dangerous." "Dangerous, perhaps," Holmes agreed with the sort of smile that Watson had learned to associate with his friend's more adventurous impulses. "But necessary if we're to gather the evidence needed to solve this case. Fear and superstition have clouded the truth for too long. It's time for the cold light of observation to illuminate what manner of creature we're actually dealing with." The preparations for their nocturnal vigil were both practical and oddly ceremonial. Holmes insisted on bringing his portable camera, a recent innovation that might, he hoped, provide irrefutable evidence of their quarry's true nature. Watson packed his medical bag and a service revolver that had seen action in Afghanistan, while Morrison reluctantly agreed to join them, despite his obvious reservations about the wisdom of their enterprise. They chose their position carefully, selecting a spot near the ancient stone circle, known locally as the Devil's Table, a formation that commanded a view of 3 separate valleys where attacks had occurred. The stones themselves were massive granite monoliths that had stood for thousands of years, their surfaces carved with spirals and cup marks whose meanings had vanished with the Bronze Age peoples who created them, but their presence provided both physical shelter and a psychological anchor in the vast emptiness of the moorland night. As darkness settled over Dartmoor like a vast cloak embroidered with stars, the 3 men arranged themselves among the ancient stones with the patience of hunters who understood that their prey might not appear at all. The night was clear and cold, with a 3/4 moon providing enough light to see clearly across the landscape while still leaving deep pools of shadow where anything might hide undetected. The moor at night was a different world entirely from its daylight counterpart. Sounds carried differently in the thin air, the distant splash of water over stones, the rustle of small animals moving through the bracken, the occasional call of a night bird echoing across the valleys like a ghost's lament. The wind moved constantly, shifting direction and intensity in ways that transformed familiar landmarks into strange and threatening shapes. Holmes sat perfectly still among the stones, his sharp eyes scanning the landscape with the methodical precision of a professional observer. Beside him, Watson maintained the alert stillness of a soldier on sentry duty, his hand resting lightly on the grip of his revolver. Morrison, despite his evident discomfort with their situation, proved to be an excellent companion for such work. His years of rural police work had taught him the value of patience and silence when dealing with matters that required careful observation. The first sign that they were not alone came just after midnight, when the normal sounds of the night suddenly ceased with the abruptness of a curtain falling. The silence that followed was so complete that Watson found himself holding his breath, afraid that even the sound of his own breathing might disturb whatever was moving unseen in the darkness beyond their stone shelter. Holmes raised his hand in a warning gesture, his body tense with the alertness of a cat that has detected the presence of prey. In the moonlight, his face was a mask of concentration that revealed nothing of the excitement Watson knew must be racing through his friend's mind. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the chance to observe their quarry in its natural element, to gather the evidence that would either confirm or refute the supernatural claims that had dominated local conversation. The creature, when it finally appeared, did so with a silence that was somehow more unnerving than any amount of noise would have been. It materialized from the shadow of a distant tor like a piece of darkness that had learned to move, flowing across the moorland with a gait that seemed to shift and change as they watched. At first it appeared to be moving on 4 legs in the manner of a large dog or wolf, but as it drew closer to their position, something about its movement began to seem wrong, too fluid, too controlled, too purposeful for any natural animal. Holmes had his camera ready, but the moonlight, though bright enough for observation, was insufficient for photography. Instead, he watched with the intensity of a scientist observing a new species, his trained mind cataloguing every detail of the creature's appearance and behaviour. It was indeed large, larger than any wolf that had walked British soil for centuries, with a coat that seemed to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it. But it was the creature's behaviour that proved most interesting. Rather than hunting randomly as a wild animal might, it moved with obvious purpose toward one of the valleys where sheep were known to graze. Its path was direct and efficient, suggesting a level of planning and familiarity with the terrain that spoke of intelligence rather than mere instinct. Watson felt his blood chill as he watched the creature pause near the stone circle, its massive head turning in their direction, as though it had somehow sensed their presence. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, man and beast regarded each other across the moonlit moorland, and Watson found himself staring into eyes that held an intelligence no animal should possess. Cold, calculating, and undeniably aware. Then with a movement so swift that it seemed almost supernatural, the creature melted back into the shadows, disappearing as completely as if it had never existed at all. The normal sounds of the night returned gradually, as though the moor itself was slowly releasing a breath it had been holding. Holmes lowered his camera with evident disappointment at the lost opportunity for documentation, but his eyes glowed with the satisfaction of a hunter who had finally glimpsed his quarry. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, his voice carrying across the stone circle like a whisper of wind, "I believe we have just witnessed something that will require us to significantly revise our understanding of this case." As dawn approached and the 3 men prepared to return to the village, each carried with him the memory of those intelligent eyes and the certainty that their investigation had entered a new and far more complex phase. The creature was real, it was intelligent, and most disturbing of all, it was aware of their presence on the moor. The morning after their nocturnal encounter found Holmes in a state of intense mental activity that Watson had learned to recognise as the prelude to one of his friend's most brilliant deductions. They sat in the inn's small parlour, where Mrs. Pemberton had thoughtfully provided a pot of strong tea and a plate of fresh scones, while Holmes spread his notes and sketches across the polished oak table like a general planning a campaign. "The creature we observed last night," Holmes began, his long fingers tracing patterns among his papers, "exhibited behaviours that are fundamentally incompatible with any known form of lycanthropy, supernatural or otherwise. It moved with purpose, it demonstrated awareness of our presence, and most significantly it showed restraint." Watson looked up from his own careful notes, his eyebrows raised in question. "Restraint? How so?" "Consider, my dear fellow," Holmes replied, settling back in his chair with the air of a professor delivering a lecture. "We presented ourselves as perfect targets, 3 men isolated on the moorland, armed but vulnerable, far from any assistance. A true predator, driven by supernatural hunger or bestial instinct, would have attacked. Instead, our mysterious creature observed us briefly and withdrew. That suggests calculation rather than compulsion, strategy rather than mere appetite." The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending waves of warmth across the room that contrasted pleasantly with the crisp October air beyond the windows. Outside, the village was beginning its daily routine, smoke rising from cottage chimneys, the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the cheerful calls of neighbours greeting each other with the easy familiarity of a community where everyone knew everyone else's business. Constable Morrison arrived as Holmes was organising his thoughts into what Watson recognised as the preliminary structure of a theory. The constable's face bore the drawn expression of a man who had slept poorly, haunted by images of intelligent eyes gleaming in moonlight and the memory of a presence that had seemed far too aware for comfort. "Any word from the other farms?" Holmes inquired as Morrison settled into a chair near the fire. "I'm particularly interested in whether there were any disturbances last night after our encounter." Morrison shook his head, though his expression remained troubled. "Nothing reported, which is strange in itself. For the past week we've had some sort of incident almost every night. If not actual attacks, then sightings or sounds that had people barricading their doors. Last night was the first completely quiet night since this business began. Precisely what I expected," Holmes said with evident satisfaction. "Our presence on the moor was detected and understood. The creature recognised us as observers rather than victims, and it modified its behaviour accordingly. That level of tactical thinking is distinctly human, regardless of the physical form that houses it." Watson reached for his teacup, his medical mind working through the implications of his friend's reasoning. "You're suggesting that we're dealing with a human being who has somehow acquired the physical characteristics of a wolf? Some sort of disease or condition that allows for transformation?" "I'm suggesting something far more prosaic," Holmes replied, his eyes gleaming with the particular satisfaction that came from unravelling a complex puzzle. "I believe we're dealing with a highly intelligent individual who has learned to use local superstitions as cover for decidedly terrestrial criminal activities. The question now becomes, what is he really after?" The 3 men spent the next hour examining Holmes's notes and sketches from a new perspective, looking not for evidence of supernatural activity, but for patterns that might reveal the logical motivations of a clever criminal. What emerged was a picture that was both simpler and more complex than the werewolf legend suggested. "Consider the selectivity of the attacks," Holmes pointed out, using his pencil to mark locations on a rough map of the district. "In each case, the creature has targeted the finest animals in the flock, prize breeding stock rather than ordinary sheep. Thomas Whitmore's ewe was worth more than most men earn in a month. The Heartland ram represented 4 generations of careful bloodline development. These are not random acts of predation but calculated theft." Morrison leaned forward, his policeman's instincts beginning to engage with this new line of reasoning. "Theft? But the animals were killed, not stolen. What value could there be in destroying valuable livestock?" Ah, Holmes said with a slight smile. But what if the destruction is merely camouflage? What if our mysterious creature is using the appearance of supernatural predation to cover a very different sort of crime entirely? Watson set down his teacup with a gentle clink that seemed loud in the sudden silence of the room. You're thinking of poaching, aren't you? Someone using trained animals to kill livestock and the werewolf legend to prevent investigation. Precisely, Holmes exclaimed, his excitement at the elegant solution evident in his voice. A poacher working with trained wolves could account for every aspect of this case. The unusual tracks, the intelligent hunting patterns, the decorative wounds that serve as a calling card, even the creature's ability to appear and disappear at will. The implications of this theory began to unfold like a map being spread across a table. If Holmes was correct, they were dealing not with a supernatural entity, but with a criminal who possessed both considerable intelligence and access to exotic animals that most people would never encounter. The werewolf legend provided perfect cover for such activities. Who would think to look for prosaic motives when faced with evidence that seemed to confirm their deepest fears? But where would someone in rural Devon acquire wolves for such a purpose? Morrison asked, his practical mind grappling with the logistics of Holmes's theory. It's not as though one can simply purchase such animals at the local market. Holmes stood and moved to the window, his restless energy unable to remain contained within the confines of his chair. That, my dear Morrison, is precisely what we must determine. But consider this. We live in an age of marvels, when exotic animals are brought from the far corners of the empire for the entertainment of the masses. Circuses travel the length and breadth of Britain, menageries display creatures from Africa and India, and private collectors pride themselves on housing specimens that would have been considered mythical just a generation ago. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mrs. Pemberton's youngest daughter, a girl of perhaps 12 whose natural shyness warred with evident excitement at being asked to deliver a message to the famous detective from London. She bobbed a quick curtsy and spoke in the soft burr of Devon that made her words sound like music. "Please, sir, old Mrs. Blackwood sends her compliments and asks if you might spare a moment to speak with her. She says she's remembered something that might be helpful to your investigation." Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson, both men thinking of the elderly woman's encyclopedic knowledge of local history and her obvious understanding of the forces that shaped life on Dartmoor. "Please tell Mrs. Blackwood that we would be delighted to call upon her at her convenience." Holmes replied with the sort of formal courtesy that made the girl smile with pleasure at being treated as an important messenger. Mrs. Blackwood's cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the ordered world of human habitation gradually gave way to the wild freedom of the moor. It was a small but sturdy building, constructed from the same local granite as the church and inn, with a garden that showed the careful attention of someone who understood the medicinal and culinary properties of plants that grew wild on the moorland. The interior of the cottage was a fascinating mixture of rustic simplicity and scholarly sophistication. The walls were lined with books that spanned subjects from local history to natural philosophy, while bundles of dried herbs hung from the beamed ceiling like aromatic decorations. A fire burned cheerfully in the small hearth, and the scent of chamomile tea filled the air with its gentle, calming fragrance. Mrs. Blackwood received them with the sort of quiet dignity that spoke of a lifetime spent in contemplation and observation. She had prepared tea and fresh honey cakes, and as they settled around her small table, she began to speak with the measured cadence of someone who had spent considerable time organising her thoughts. "I've been thinking about our conversation last night," she began, her sharp eyes moving from Holmes to Watson to Morrison with the attention of someone accustomed to reading character in faces. "Particularly about your suggestion that we might be dealing with a human agency rather than a supernatural one. There's something I should have mentioned. Something that happened about 6 months ago that seemed insignificant at the time, but now takes on new meaning." She paused to pour tea for her guests, her movements precise and economical despite her advanced age. "We had a stranger pass through the village in late spring, a man travelling with a small caravan that he claimed contained specimens for a private menagerie. He spoke with several of the local farmers about purchasing livestock, particularly sheep and goats that might serve as food for his animals." Holmes leaned forward, his interest immediately engaged. "This man, can you describe him?" Middle-aged, perhaps 40 or so, with the sort of weathered appearance that comes from spending one's life outdoors. He spoke with an accent that wasn't quite local. Welsh, perhaps, or from the northern counties. But what struck me most about him was his eyes. They were the sort of eyes that seemed to see everything and reveal nothing. The eyes of a man with secrets. Watson made careful notes as the elderly woman continued her description, building a picture of someone who might indeed have the resources and knowledge necessary to carry out the sort of elaborate deception Holmes had theorised. "He called himself Morgan," Mrs. Blackwood continued, though whether that was his true name or simply one of convenience I couldn't say. "He stayed for 3 days, asking questions about local customs and legends, with the sort of casual interest that didn't seem quite casual enough, if you understand my meaning." "Did he show particular interest in the werewolf stories?" Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. Mrs. Blackwood's smile was knowing and slightly grim. Indeed he did. He claimed to be a collector of folklore, someone who travelled the countryside gathering old tales for a book he was supposedly writing. But his questions were too specific, too focused on practical details rather than the sort of colourful nonsense that usually interests such people. The fire crackled softly as the implications of this information settled over the room like a gentle mist. If Mrs. Blackwood was correct, their mysterious poacher had been planning his activities for months, carefully studying both the local terrain and the psychological landscape that would allow him to operate with minimal risk of detection. "There's something else," Mrs. Blackwood added, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "The night before he left, I heard sounds from the direction of his camp that were unusual, growling and whimpering, as though he had animals with him that were not entirely happy with their circumstances, and in the morning, when I walked past the field where we had been camping, I found tracks in the soft earth that looked remarkably like the ones our farmers have been discovering near their dead sheep." Holmes stood abruptly, his restless energy no longer containable within the confines of the small cottage. "Mrs. Blackwood, you have provided us with exactly the sort of information we needed to move forward with our investigation. This Morgan, do you have any idea which direction he travelled when he left the village?" The elderly woman considered the question carefully before responding. "North and west, toward the high moor where the old mine workings are. There are caves up there, hidden among the granite tors, where a man might establish a base of operations without fear of casual discovery." As they prepared to leave Mrs. Blackwood's cottage, she offered one final piece of advice that carried the weight of a lifetime spent observing the delicate balance between civilization and wilderness. "Be careful, Mr. Holmes. If this Morgan is indeed our creature, he has had months to prepare his defences and plan his escape routes. He knows these moors as well as any man living, and he has allies that are not bound by human law or human mercy." The afternoon sun was beginning its descent toward the western tors as Holmes, Watson and Morrison made their way back toward the village centre, each man lost in contemplation of the task that lay ahead. The mystery was beginning to take shape, revealing itself not as a supernatural phenomenon, but as a carefully orchestrated criminal enterprise that relied on fear and superstition to prevent effective investigation. "We'll need to approach this systematically," Holmes said, as they paused at the village crossroads. "First, we must gather more information about this Morgan and his possible whereabouts. Then, we'll need to plan our approach to whatever lair he has established among the tors. And finally, we must be prepared for the possibility that confronting him will require dealing with animals that have been trained for violence." Morrison's face showed a mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief that they were dealing with human rather than supernatural adversaries, but apprehension about the practical challenges of capturing a criminal who commanded the loyalty of creatures that could kill with the efficiency of professional assassins. "How do we even begin to search an area as vast as the High Moor?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of a man who understood the enormity of the task before them. "There are hundreds of caves and abandoned mine shafts up there, each one a potential hiding place." Holmes smiled with the confidence of a man who had spent his career solving impossible puzzles through the application of logic and careful observation. "We begin, my dear Morrison, by understanding our quarry's needs and limitations. A man travelling with wolves requires water, shelter, and regular access to food. He needs solitude, but cannot be completely isolated from civilization. Most importantly, he needs escape routes that will allow him to disappear quickly if his activities are discovered. As they reached the inn, the church bell was tolling the hour, its bronze voice carrying across the village with the sort of measured dignity that spoke of centuries of routine and tradition. But beneath that surface tranquility, each man carried the knowledge that their investigation was entering its most dangerous phase, the moment when theory would be tested against reality, and when the hunted might well become the hunter. The game, as Holmes was fond of saying, was afoot. And somewhere among the ancient tors of Dartmoor, a clever criminal waited with his pack of trained killers, confident that the old legends would protect him from the long arm of the law. The dawn that broke over Dartmoor on the third day of their investigation brought with it a crystalline clarity that seemed to promise resolution to the mystery that had haunted the district for weeks. Holmes stood at his window in the Moorland Inn, watching the sun climb above the eastern tors and paint the landscape in shades of gold and amber that transformed the moorland into something almost ethereal in its beauty. The air was sharp with the promise of winter's approach, carrying the scent of frost and the faint smokiness of peat fires beginning to warm cottage hearths against the growing chill. Watson emerged from his morning ablutions to find his friend already dressed and making final adjustments to a collection of equipment that had been assembled with the methodical precision of a military campaign. The portable camera sat beside coils of rope, a dark lantern designed for covert observation, and several items from Holmes's chemical kit that Watson preferred not to examine too closely. "I take it we're proceeding with the plan we discussed last evening," Watson asked, settling into the chair by the window and accepting the cup of tea that Holmes offered, with the absent-minded courtesy of a man whose thoughts were entirely focused on the task ahead. "Indeed," Holmes replied, his voice carrying the sort of quiet confidence that Watson had learned to associate with his friend's most carefully calculated ventures. "Morgan, if that is indeed his name, has established himself in a position that he believes to be impregnable. Hidden among the tors, protected by his trained animals, and shielded by local superstition, he has created what amounts to a fortress. But every fortress has weaknesses, Watson, and I believe we have identified his." The plan they had developed over the previous evening was both elegant and audacious in its simplicity. Rather than attempting to storm Morgan's stronghold directly, a course that would almost certainly result in casualties given the presence of trained wolves, Holmes proposed to use the criminal's own methods against him. They would create a situation that would draw Morgan and his animals into the open, where superior numbers and careful preparation could overcome animal cunning and human desperation. Constable Morrison arrived as they were finishing their breakfast, his face bearing the determined expression of a man who had spent a sleepless night preparing for what might prove to be the most dangerous day of his career. He carried with him a collection of equipment that spoke of careful consultation with local farmers and hunters, nets of heavy rope, several fowling pieces loaded with shot, and most importantly a supply of fresh meat that had been treated with a mild sedative provided by the village veterinarian. "Dr. Ashford assures me that the dosage will be sufficient to slow the animals without causing permanent harm," Morrison reported, his voice carrying the mixture of hope and uncertainty that characterized any plan that depended on the cooperation of unpredictable forces. He's used similar preparations to calm aggressive livestock, though he admits he's never attempted anything quite like this before. Holmes examined the prepared meat with the attention of a chemist reviewing a complex formula, testing its scent and consistency with the sort of methodical precision that had made him famous throughout Europe. "Excellent work, Morrison. The combination of fresh blood and familiar meat scents should prove irresistible to animals that have been living on a restricted diet in cave conditions. Now, shall we review our positions one final time?" The ancient stone circle they had chosen for their confrontation lay in a natural amphitheatre, formed by the meeting of three valleys, its massive granite monoliths arranged in patterns that had mystified archaeologists for generations. Local legend held that the circle had been a place of ritual and ceremony for peoples whose names had been lost to history. but Holmes was more interested in its practical advantages as a site for their planned encounter. The circle commanded excellent views of all approaches, while providing multiple escape routes should their plan go awry. More importantly, its central location made it the natural focal point for anyone seeking to control movement across this particular section of the moor. If Morgan had indeed established his base among the nearby tors, he would have observed their previous night's vigil at this very location and would expect them to return. The psychology of our adversary is crucial to success, Holmes explained as they made their way across the moorland toward their chosen position. Morgan has succeeded thus far by maintaining complete control over the circumstances of his encounters. He chooses when to attack, selects his targets carefully, and retreats before effective resistance can be organised. But tonight we reverse those dynamics. We force him to react to our initiative rather than pursuing his own agenda. The walk to the stone circle took them along paths that had been worn smooth by countless generations of travellers, their route marked by waymarkers and boundary stones that spoke of human presence, stretching back to the very beginnings of recorded history. Here and there, they passed the ruins of ancient settlements, circles of stones that had once supported walls and roofs, now home only to the wind and the occasional sheep seeking shelter from the moorland weather. Watson found himself thinking about the layers of history that surrounded them as they walked, the countless lives that had been lived and lost among these hills over the centuries. Farmers and shepherds, warriors and priests, craftsmen and traders, all had walked these same paths, faced their own challenges and mysteries, and ultimately returned to the earth that had sustained them. There was something both humbling and oddly comforting about that continuity, as though their current struggles were simply the latest chapter in a story that had been unfolding for millennia. The stone circle itself was even more impressive in daylight than it had appeared during their previous nocturnal visit. The monoliths rose from the moorland like the bones of some buried giant, their surfaces carved with spirals and cup marks that caught the light in ways that seemed almost intentionally decorative. Some of the stones stood perfectly upright, while others leaned at angles that spoke of centuries of frost and settlement, but all retained an air of dignity and purpose that commanded respect from even the most prosaic observer. Holmes moved among the stones with the practised eye of someone who understood both their historical significance and their practical utility for his current purposes. He selected positions for each member of their small party with careful attention to sight lines and escape routes, ensuring that they could observe all approaches while maintaining the ability to withdraw quickly if circumstances required. "Watson, you'll take position behind the largest stone on the northern side," he directed, his voice carrying the quiet authority of a military commander. "Deploying his forces, your medical bag and revolver should be easily accessible, but keep them concealed until the crucial moment. Morrison, the eastern approach will be your responsibility. Your knowledge of local terrain may prove invaluable if our quarry attempts to escape in that direction." The afternoon passed slowly as they made their final preparations, checking and rechecking equipment, while maintaining the sort of alert watchfulness that had become second nature during their previous encounters with the mysterious creature. The sedated meat was arranged at strategic points around the circle, positioned to create a trail that would draw any approaching animals toward the centre of their trap, while keeping them away from the human observers. As the sun began its descent toward the western tors, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson that reflected off the moorland pools like scattered jewels, Holmes made final adjustments to his portable camera and settled into position with the patience of a hunter who understood that success often depended more on waiting than on action. The transformation of the moor from day to night was a gradual process that never failed to inspire a sense of wonder in those who took the time to observe it carefully. Colours shifted and deepened. Familiar landmarks took on new and sometimes unsettling shapes, and sounds that were barely noticeable during daylight hours suddenly became clearly audible in the gathering stillness. The first indication that their vigil might bear fruit came just after the church bells of distant Widecombe had tolled 9 o'clock, their bronze voices carrying across the moorland with a sort of measured dignity that spoke of centuries of routine and tradition. Watson, maintaining his position behind the great northern stone, caught a glimpse of movement among the tors that crowned the nearby hills, a shadow that seemed too purposeful to be dismissed as merely another sheep seeking nighttime shelter. Holmes, alerted by Watson's carefully controlled signal, turned his attention toward the indicated direction and felt his pulse quicken with the excitement of a hunter who finally sees his quarry emerge from cover. The figure moving among the distant stones was unmistakably human, though there was something about its movement that seemed oddly furtive, as though it were uncomfortable being observed even at such a distance. As they watched, the solitary figure was joined by companions that confirmed their theories about the true nature of the werewolf that had terrorized the district. 3 large shapes moved with the fluid grace of natural predators, their forms clearly canine but far larger than any domestic dog. Even at a distance of several hundred yards, their size and bearing marked them unmistakably as wolves, creatures that had no natural place in the gentle landscape of Devon, but whose presence explained every mystery that had surrounded the recent attacks. The approach toward the stone circle was made with obvious caution, the human figure directing his animal companions with gestures that spoke of long familiarity and careful training. But Holmes had anticipated such wariness, and the trail of sedated meat had been laid with precisely such careful reconnaissance in mind. The first wolf to investigate the bait approached with the sort of suspicious delicacy that marked it as an experienced predator, one that had learned to be wary of anything that seemed too easily obtained. But hunger and the familiar scent of fresh meat eventually overcame caution, and the animal began to feed with the concentrated attention of a creature that had been living on short rations for too long. Holmes held his breath as he watched the sedative begin to take effect, the wolf's movements becoming gradually less coordinated as the drug worked its way through its system. The animal did not collapse dramatically. Dr. Ashford had been careful to calibrate the dosage to slow rather than incapacitate, but its alertness clearly diminished, and its responses to its master's signals became noticeably delayed. The second and third wolves followed the example of their pack leader, and within minutes, all 3 animals were showing the effects of the treated meat. Their human companion, observing their unusual behaviour from his position among the outer stones, began to display signs of concern that quickly escalated into alarm as he realised that his carefully controlled situation was spiralling beyond his ability to manage. It was at this crucial moment that Holmes chose to reveal himself, stepping from behind his concealing stone with the sort of theatrical flourish that he could never quite resist when confronting a particularly challenging adversary. His appearance in the centre of the ancient circle, camera in hand and an expression of calm satisfaction on his face, had exactly the effect he had intended. Complete and utter shock from the man who had believed himself to be the hunter rather than the hunted. "Good evening, Mr. Morgan," Holmes called across the circle, his voice carrying clearly in the still night air. "Or should I perhaps address you by your real name? I confess that I have not yet had the pleasure of learning your true identity, though I suspect that a careful examination of criminal records might prove enlightening. The man among the stones, for there was no longer any doubt that he was entirely human, stood frozen for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. He was indeed middle-aged, as Mrs. Blackwood had described, with the weathered appearance of someone who had spent his life outdoors, and the sort of lean, wiry build that spoke of constant physical activity. But it was his eyes that confirmed Holmes's assessment of his character, intelligent, calculating, and now filled with the desperate fury of a trapped animal. "You have no idea what forces you're meddling with," Morgan called back, his voice carrying an accent that confirmed Mrs. Blackwood's guess about his Welsh origins. "There are powers on this moor older than your London science, older than your comfortable assumptions about what is possible and what is merely legend." Holmes smiled with genuine amusement at this attempt to maintain the supernatural facade even in the face of complete exposure. "Indeed, there are ancient powers here," he agreed, gesturing toward the standing stones that surrounded them. "But you, sir, are not among them. You're simply a clever criminal who has used local superstitions to cover your activities, while you pursued what I assume to be a lucrative trade in stolen livestock." The confrontation might have continued in this vein for some time, but it was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected participant in their carefully orchestrated drama. One of the sedated wolves, apparently less affected by the drug than its companions, had recovered sufficiently to take an interest in the proceedings. With movements that were still somewhat uncoordinated but nonetheless purposeful, it began to approach the centre of the circle, where Holmes stood with such apparent confidence. Watson, observing this development from his position behind the northern stone, felt his hand move instinctively toward his revolver, but Holmes, demonstrating either remarkable courage or remarkable foolishness, remained perfectly still as the great wolf drew near, his eyes fixed not on the approaching animal, but on its human master. "Call off your animal, Morgan," Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying a note of steel that had not been present during their earlier verbal exchange. "You have already lost this game. Don't compound your crimes by allowing someone to be injured unnecessarily." For a moment the tableau held, Holmes standing motionless in the centre of the ancient circle, the wolf approaching with predatory intent, and Morgan torn between the desire to escape and the knowledge that his trained animals represented both his greatest asset and his most significant liability. Then, with obvious reluctance, he whistled a complex signal that caused the wolf to halt its advance and return to a position near the outer stones. "Very good," Holmes said with evident approval. "Now, I suggest that we discuss the terms of your surrender like civilized men. You're outnumbered, your animals are compromised, and your escape routes are blocked. More importantly, your criminal enterprise has been thoroughly documented and understood. There is no longer any point in maintaining the pretense of supernatural activity." Morrison chose this moment to reveal himself, emerging from behind the eastern stones, with his constable's authority clearly visible despite the darkness. "Morgan Evans," he called, his voice carrying the formal weight of official proceedings, "I arrest you in the name of the Crown for the theft and destruction of livestock, the maintenance of dangerous animals without license, and the creation of public disturbance through fraudulent supernatural claims." The arrest proceeded with surprising smoothness, as though Morgan had accepted the inevitability of his capture once the elaborate deception that had protected him was finally stripped away. His 3 wolves, still groggy from the sedative but no longer presenting an immediate threat, were secured with the nets that Morrison had brought for precisely this purpose. They would be transported to facilities better equipped to house such dangerous animals, though Holmes privately suspected that they were probably less vicious than their reputation suggested, trained to kill livestock rather than attack humans, and dependent on their master's commands rather than their own predatory instincts. As dawn approached, and the ancient stone circle was transformed once again from a stage for human drama into a simple archaeological monument, Holmes found himself reflecting on the curious way that truth and legend intertwined in places like Dartmoor. The werewolf stories that had terrified the local population for weeks had indeed been based on reality, but it was a reality rooted in human greed and animal training rather than supernatural transformation. "An elegant solution," Watson observed, as they prepared to escort their prisoner back to the village, though I confess I'm still not entirely clear about his ultimate objectives. If he was indeed stealing livestock, why go to such elaborate lengths to kill rather than simply remove them? Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student had asked exactly the right question. "Because, my dear Watson, he was not stealing the animals for immediate profit. He was eliminating specific bloodlines to increase the value of his own breeding stock. Morgan Evans, as we shall undoubtedly discover when we investigate his background, is himself a sheep farmer, one whose own animals could command premium prices if his competitors' prize breeding stock were to disappear under mysterious circumstances. The sunrise that greeted their return to Widecombe in the moor was particularly spectacular, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold that transformed the village into something from a painting by one of the great masters. Smoke rose from cottage chimneys in straight columns that spoke of windless calm and the familiar sounds of morning activity, the lowing of cattle, the clatter of milk pails, the cheerful calls of neighbours greeting each other, provided a reassuring counterpoint to the night's dramatic events. As they delivered Morgan Evans to the custody of the local magistrate and arranged for the proper care of his animals, Holmes found himself thinking about the psychological landscape that had made such an elaborate deception possible. The moor bred legends as naturally as it bred sheep, and in a landscape where ancient stones stood as mute witnesses to forgotten ceremonies, and where mist could transform familiar terrain into something alien and threatening, the distinction between rational and supernatural explanations could become dangerously blurred. But perhaps, he reflected as they settled into the inn's comfortable parlour for a well-deserved breakfast, that was not entirely a bad thing. A world where werewolves could walk among ancient stones was a world where wonder still had a place, even if the reality behind the wonder proved to be disappointingly mundane. And in the end, the preservation of mystery, even mystery that was ultimately solved, was perhaps more important than the comfortable certainty that came from explaining everything away. The morning that followed Morgan Evans' arrest dawned with the sort of crystalline clarity that seemed to wash the very air clean, as though the resolution of the mystery that had haunted Dartmoor for weeks had somehow purified the atmosphere itself. Holmes stood at the window of his room in the Moorland Inn, watching the sun climb above the eastern tors and paint the landscape in shades of gold and amber that transformed the familiar moorland into something approaching the sublime. The village below was stirring to life with a different quality than he had observed during their previous days in Widecombe in the moor. There was a lightness in the movements of people going about their morning routines, a sense of relief that was almost palpable in the way neighbours called greetings to each other across garden gates, and children played in cottage yards without the nervous glances toward the moor that had characterised their behaviour throughout the week. Watson emerged from his morning ablutions to find his friend already dressed and making notes in the leather-bound journal that had become his constant companion during their investigation. The doctor settled into the chair by the window and accepted the cup of tea that Holmes offered with the absent-minded courtesy of a man whose thoughts were still processing the events of the previous night. "A remarkable case," Watson observed, stirring honey into his tea and watching the golden streams dissolve in the amber liquid. "Though I confess I find myself somewhat disappointed that the supernatural elements proved to be entirely fabricated. There was something rather romantic about the idea of werewolves stalking the moors, wasn't there?" Holmes smiled with the particular expression Watson had learned to associate with his friend's moments of philosophical reflection. But consider this, my dear fellow. Is the truth we uncovered really so much less remarkable than the legend it replaced? A man with sufficient intelligence and determination to train wild animals for criminal purposes, to manipulate an entire district's fears for his own advantage, to create a deception so complete that even seasoned observers began to question the fundamental nature of reality itself. I would argue that human ingenuity, even when directed toward criminal ends, is far more worthy of wonder than any supernatural phenomenon. The conversation was interrupted by a gentle knock at the door, followed by the appearance of Mrs. Pemberton bearing a breakfast tray laden with the sort of hearty fare that had sustained moorland folk through countless centuries of harsh winters and uncertain harvests. Fresh eggs from the inn's own hens, bacon that carried the distinctive flavour of animals raised on moorland herbs, thick slices of bread still warm from the oven, and butter churned from cream so rich it seemed almost golden in the morning light. "The whole village is talking about what happened last night," Mrs. Pemberton reported as she arranged their breakfast, with the practised efficiency of someone who had spent her life in service to travellers. "Thomas Whitmore stopped by earlier to say that he wanted to thank you personally for putting an end to his troubles. Says he'll finally be able to sleep soundly, knowing his remaining sheep are safe from that monster." Holmes paused in his note-taking to consider her words carefully. "I hope, Mrs. Pemberton, that the village understands that the monster they feared was entirely human in nature. It would be unfortunate if the resolution of this case led to a false sense of security about the genuine dangers that the moor can present to the unwary." The innkeeper's wife nodded thoughtfully, her expression revealing the sort of practical wisdom that came from a lifetime spent in close contact with both human nature and the natural world. "Oh, we understand that well enough, Mr. Holmes. But there's a difference between the dangers we know and can prepare for, and the sort of fear that comes from not knowing what we're facing. A man with trained wolves is still dangerous, to be sure, but at least we know what manner of precautions to take. As they settled to their breakfast, Constable Morrison arrived with a summary of the morning's developments and news of Morgan Evans's formal confession. The prisoner, faced with overwhelming evidence and the prospect of a lengthy trial that would inevitably result in conviction, had chosen to cooperate fully with the authorities in exchange for a recommendation of leniency from the court. His real name is indeed Morgan Evans, Morrison reported, settling into a chair near the fire with the air of a man who had spent a sleepless night dealing with paperwork and legal formalities. He owns a small sheep farm in the Welsh Hills, about 50 miles north of here. Been struggling financially for several years, according to the records we've been able to obtain by telegraph. Holmes looked up from his eggs with evident interest. And the wolves? How did he acquire animals that should have been impossible to obtain through legitimate channels? Morrison consulted his notes with the careful attention of a man who had learned the importance of accuracy in official proceedings. Purchased from a travelling circus that was disbanding after financial difficulties. The animals were originally captured as cubs in the forests of Eastern Europe and had been trained for performance rather than hunting. Evans spent months retraining them for his specific purposes, using techniques he claimed to have learned from an old poacher who had worked these moors decades ago. The picture that emerged from Evans' confession was both more complex and more human than the supernatural explanation that had dominated local thinking for weeks. He was not a monster driven by otherworldly hunger, but simply a man whose desperate circumstances had led him to pursue an increasingly elaborate criminal scheme. His initial plan had been relatively simple: to eliminate the prize-breeding stock of successful farmers in order to increase demand for his own animals. But as his activities attracted attention, he had been forced to adopt more and more theatrical methods to maintain the supernatural explanation that protected him from serious investigation. The decorative wounds he inflicted on the animals, Holmes observed, making careful notes about the psychological aspects of the case, served a dual purpose. They reinforced the werewolf legend while also satisfying what appears to have been a genuine artistic impulse. Evans may have been a criminal, but he was also, in his way, a craftsman who took pride in the elegance of his deceptions. Watson shook his head with the sort of bemused expression that characterized his reactions to the more esoteric aspects of criminal psychology. I confess I find it difficult to understand how anyone could take artistic pride in the mutilation of innocent animals. Surely the economic motivation alone would have been sufficient to drive his actions. But that reveals the fundamental difference between ordinary criminality and the sort of elaborate schemes that tend to attract my professional attention, Holmes replied, settling back in his chair with the air of a professor delivering a lecture to particularly attentive students. Simple theft would have been far more practical and considerably less risky. Evans chose instead to create an elaborate performance that required months of preparation and constant risk of exposure. That suggests motivations that go beyond mere financial gain. The morning was well advanced by the time they had finished their discussion of the case's psychological complexities, and Holmes found his attention drawn increasingly toward the window in the moorland landscape that stretched away toward the horizon. There was something about the quality of the light, clear and golden, with shadows that seemed to reveal rather than conceal the natural contours of the land, that spoke of resolution and peace restored to a troubled district. Thomas Whitmore arrived just as they were finishing their breakfast, his weathered face bearing an expression of relief so profound that it seemed to have transformed his entire bearing. The farmer who had discovered the first mutilated sheep now carried himself with the confident stride of a man whose world had been restored to its proper order. "Mr. Holmes," he said, removing his cap with the sort of respectful gesture that had once been common throughout rural England, "I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am for what you've done. Not just for catching that devil Evans, but for showing us that there was a rational explanation for what seemed like pure evil. My wife hasn't slept properly in weeks, and now we can get back to the business of living without constantly looking over our shoulders." Holmes accepted the farmer's gratitude with the sort of gracious modesty that Watson had learned to recognise as one of his friend's most admirable qualities, For all his intellectual pride and occasional arrogance, Holmes genuinely understood that his gifts were most valuable when they served to restore peace and security to ordinary people whose lives had been disrupted by forces beyond their control. "I am simply grateful that we were able to reach a resolution before anyone was seriously injured," Holmes replied, rising to shake Whitmore's hand with genuine warmth. "Tell me, what will happen to your remaining flock? I hope the trauma of recent events hasn't permanently damaged your breeding program." Whitmore's face brightened with the sort of enthusiasm that characterized farmers discussing their life's work. "Actually, sir, there's been an unexpected development that might interest you. Sir Edmund Hartland, he's the landowner whose prize ram was killed, has offered to provide replacement breeding stock from his own flock free of charge. Says it's the least he can do to help the district recover from this business." The conversation continued for some time, with Whitmore sharing details about the community's plans for rebuilding and the gradual return of normal life to the moorland farms. But Holmes found his attention drifting toward the larger questions that the case had raised about the relationship between rational explanation and human psychology, between scientific method and the need for mystery that seemed to be fundamental to the human experience. As the farmer prepared to leave, he paused at the door with a sort of thoughtful expression that suggested he was struggling to articulate something that had been troubling him. "Mr. Holmes," he said finally, "I hope you won't think me foolish for asking, but, well, do you think the old stories about werewolves on the moor were entirely false? I mean, Evans was certainly human, but the legends he used for cover, they had to come from somewhere, didn't they?" Holmes considered the question with the sort of careful attention he gave to all inquiries that touched on the fundamental nature of truth and belief. "I think, Mr. Whitmore, that legends often preserve truths that are deeper than the specific facts they appear to describe. The stories of werewolves on Dartmoor may not have been literally accurate, but they captured something real about the relationship between civilization and wilderness, between the ordered world of human society and the wild forces that exist beyond our control." Mrs. Blackwood arrived shortly after Whitmore's departure, moving with the careful dignity of advanced age, but carrying herself with an air of satisfaction that suggested she was pleased with the resolution of events. She accepted a cup of tea and settled into a chair near the fire, with the sort of comfortable authority that characterized her position as the village's unofficial keeper of wisdom and tradition. "So," she said, her sharp eyes moving from Holmes to Watson, with the attention of someone accustomed to reading character in faces, "you've solved our little mystery and sent our werewolf off to face the Queen's justice. I trust you're satisfied with your work." Holmes smiled at the slight note of challenge in her voice, recognizing it as the sort of test that wise old women had been giving to younger men for countless generations. "I am satisfied that we have identified and apprehended the individual responsible for the recent attacks," he replied carefully, "but I suspect you have thoughts about aspects of the case that go beyond the merely criminal." Mrs. Blackwood's smile was knowing and slightly mischievous. "Indeed I do, Mr. Holmes. You see, while you were busy proving that our particular werewolf was entirely human, you also demonstrated something rather more interesting, that the old stories still have power, even in this age of gaslight and railway trains." Evans succeeded in his deception precisely because people were willing to believe in possibilities that your modern science says should be impossible. The conversation that followed was perhaps the most philosophically complex of their entire stay in Widecombe in the Moor, touching on questions about the nature of belief, the relationship between rational and intuitive ways of understanding the world, and the role that mystery and wonder played in human psychology. Mrs. Blackwood proved to be a formidable intellectual opponent, challenging Holmes's assumptions about the supremacy of scientific method while acknowledging the obvious value of his deductive techniques. "The truth is," she said finally, setting down her teacup with the sort of decisive gesture that marked the end of a serious discussion, that places like Dartmoor need both kinds of truth, the scientific truth that helps us understand and control our environment, and the legendary truth that reminds us that there are still forces in the world larger than our human comprehension. As the afternoon wore on and the time for their departure approached, Holmes found himself taking a final walk through the village streets, observing the gradual return of normal life to a community that had been living under the shadow of fear. Children played freely in cottage gardens. Farmers went about their work without the nervous glances toward the moor that had characterized their behavior throughout the week, and the general atmosphere was one of relief and cautious optimism. The church bells were tolling the hour as they made their final preparations for departure, their bronze voices carrying across the village with the sort of measured dignity that spoke of centuries of routine and tradition. Watson packed their bags with the methodical efficiency of a man accustomed to sudden changes of scene, while Holmes made final entries in his case notes and ensured that his photographic equipment was properly secured for the journey back to London. Their departure from Widecombe in the moor was marked by the sort of formal courtesy that characterised rural communities bidding farewell to distinguished visitors. Mrs. Pemberton presented them with a basket of provisions for their journey. Constable Morrison shook hands with the gravity of a man who had shared dangerous work with trusted colleagues, and Mrs. Blackwood offered a final piece of advice that seemed to summarise everything they had learned during their stay on the moor. "Remember, Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom, "that solving mysteries is only half the detective's task. The other half is understanding why people need mysteries in the first place, and ensuring that the solutions you provide leave room for wonder as well as knowledge." The train journey back to London provided an opportunity for reflection on the case and its broader implications. As the Devon countryside rolled past their window, fields and hedgerows, villages and market towns, the whole familiar tapestry of rural England, Holmes found himself thinking about the delicate balance between rational explanation and the human need for mystery that Mrs. Blackwood had identified. "Do you think we've done the right thing?" Watson asked as they watched the landscape change from the wild freedom of Dartmoor to the cultivated order of more settled districts. "I mean, in exposing Evans and proving that the werewolf was entirely human, have we perhaps robbed the district of something valuable by replacing mystery with mundane criminal activity?" Holmes considered the question with the sort of careful attention he gave to all inquiries that touched on the moral dimensions of his work. "I think, Watson, that we have given the people of Dartmoor something more valuable than mystery. We have given them the truth, and the truth, even when it proves to be less exotic than the fiction it replaces, has its own form of wonder. The fact that a man could train wild animals to serve his criminal purposes, could manipulate an entire district's fears to his own advantage, could create a deception so complete that it fooled experienced observers, surely that demonstrates capabilities that are in their way as remarkable as any supernatural phenomenon." The train was approaching the outskirts of London as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and crimson that reflected off the Thames and the countless windows of the great city. The familiar sounds of urban life, the clatter of traffic, the cries of street vendors, the general hum of human activity on an enormous scale, provided a sharp contrast to the peaceful quiet of the Devon moorland they had left behind. As they settled back into their familiar rooms at 221B Baker Street, with Mrs. Hudson fussing over their return and the comfortable chaos of Holmes's scientific equipment spread across every available surface, Watson found himself thinking about the strange quality that Dartmoor possessed. It's to make the impossible seem possible, to blur the boundaries between rational and supernatural explanation in ways that were both unsettling and somehow necessary. "You know, Holmes," he said, as they settled into their chairs by the fire, with the sort of contented exhaustion that followed the successful conclusion of a challenging case, "I think Mrs. Blackwood was right about one thing. Places like Dartmoor do need their mysteries, even if those mysteries sometimes prove to have entirely human explanations. There's something in the landscape itself, the ancient stones, the endless moors, the sense of continuity with the distant past, that seems to require legends as much as it requires scientific understanding." Holmes nodded thoughtfully, his long fingers steepled before him, in the gesture Watson knew indicated deep concentration. "Indeed. And perhaps that is the most important lesson we can take from our adventure in Devon, that the relationship between truth and mystery is more complex than either pure rationalism or pure superstition would suggest. The Werewolf of Dartmoor was certainly human, but the landscape that gave birth to the legend remains as mysterious as ever. Outside their window, the gas lamps of Baker Street were beginning to flicker to life as evening settled over London, each one a small beacon against the gathering darkness. But somewhere to the west, beyond the reach of urban illumination, Dartmoor stretched away under the stars, ancient, timeless, and still capable of inspiring both wonder and fear in those who ventured onto its lonely paths. The case was closed, the criminal had been apprehended, and justice would be served. But the moor endured, as it had for countless centuries before and would for countless centuries to come, keeping its secrets and nurturing its legends with the patient persistence of stone and wind and time itself. And perhaps, Holmes reflected as he reached for his pipe in the evening papers, that was exactly as it should be. And so our tale of mystery and moonlight draws to its gentle close, like mist settling over the ancient tors of Dartmoor as dawn breaks across the moorland. Holmes and Watson have returned to their familiar Baker Street, but somewhere in the Devon hills, the wind still whispers through granite stones that have stood since before memory began, carrying stories that blend truth and legend in ways that no amount of scientific reasoning can fully untangle. We've walked together through fog-shrouded valleys and listened to tales told by firelight, followed the great detective as he unravelled a mystery that proved to be both simpler and more complex than anyone imagined. The werewolf was indeed human, but the landscape that gave birth to the legend remains as mysterious as ever, a reminder that some truths are deeper than facts, and that wonder has its own form of wisdom. In the end, perhaps Mrs. Blackwood was right. Places like Dartmoor need their mysteries as much as they need their explanations. The moor endures, ancient and patient, keeping its secrets while nurturing new stories for future generations to discover. And somewhere in the distance, if you listen carefully to the wind, you might still hear the echo of howls that belong to no earthly creature, or perhaps simply to the timeless voice of the wilderness itself. Thank you for joining me on this moonlit journey through Victorian Devon, where gaslight met ancient stone and reason danced with legend under the endless moorland sky. If this story has brought you peace, a gentle like and subscribe help me craft more tales for your quiet hours. Until we meet again in the realm of stories, may your dreams be filled with mystery and wonder, and may you always find comfort in the gentle darkness that carries us toward morning light. Sweet dreams, wherever in the world you may be listening tonight.